So now, is it loading? Oh, right, I have to set up the music. Fuck. Uh, Everything has updates. Always. Forever. Uh, okay. Hello, AFJack 999911. Let me just find the thing. Oh, I'm looking down at the bottom of my other monitor, and VC Face was saying, "Hey, you're not looking in an area I can see you." So now to find me something that won't get me copy struck. Let's start with this. Yeah, I'm going to be delaying a little bit just so that we get past the first ad break. But today we're going to be doing some pull through caching. So now let me just check the levels over here. Oh, the that is inaudible. That's not. Oh, it's selecting VLC. Why do I have VLC selected for that? It's labeled Plex, and I have VLC selected. That's fine. Let's fix that, I guess. Go down here, hit OK, and it's a bit quiet. Not really knowing how much loud things are. Oh, I just speech jammed myself. Okay, yeah. Now there's going to be something that starts in like 3 minutes. Cool. Yeah, this is why I wanted to wait so that it doesn't cut me off while I'm about to get into something interesting. Okay, where is the... I'm trying to find... there. I think I found it. Oh, yeah, I know my volume is okay. I'm more thinking about the volume of the music, which is probably inaudibly quiet right now. Um... Okay, looking at my end, the music is at around -35 to -40. I am here to contribute turbo revenue. Uh, Now I just gotta kill some more time, so I guess I'll find some tabs in the meantime. Happy Friday, Nahum. Thank you. Oh, is there going to be a shower? Oh, there's no shower things this time? Aw. It's like it's weird because someone hits follow and there's like an explosion of things, and someone hits subscribe and there's like multiple explosions of things. But bits, you'd figure the thing that would want to trigger the most dopamine so that like you get people parasocially wanting to donate more. It's the thing that doesn't do anything. unless I have it in the wrong view, or I don't even know. Bing Capigen. I've never seen that command before. I don't know what I'm doing. Can hear, but it's only quiet. Yeah, it's quiet for me too. I'll kick it up. I'm trying to balance it so the music isn't going over me, and I don't really have a good way to like duck the music volume while I'm talking. Oh, I have a hydration request. It's a command you have set up in Stream Elements. Makes sense. Should put the reward queue over on the side. Oh, there's a lot of stuff. Mark hydration complete, and then unscrew the water bottle. There. Hydration achieved. I've got ideas. Trying to find a good like source for information on the npm left pad incident. I guess this might be one of the few cases where like reading from Wikipedia is the move here. Okay. And let's see. There we go. We have that there. Yeah. Okay. I've gotten the notification from Twitch that the ad break has ended, so I'm trying to work out my thoughts into how to word this thing, and as a result, I'm just going to start by tracing through the things I'm thinking about as I think about this thing. I want to build a pull through cache for Ollama's registry. Ollama is it's a service and a tool that makes it easy to get started with fucking around with large language models. And as a result, part of it means that they have a bunch of models available to the public. Oh, what? There's a new one today while I'm streaming? And not on my MacBook that has the ability to run something this big? Great. But they have a lot of models available for the public. And, you know, if you want to get like this embedding model to mess with doing vector search, or you want to use QWQ to talk with an AI that has reasoning abilities, you know, you download it from them. And this is great and all when this stuff works, but in 2016, there was an incident that has been known to be the NPM left pad incident. And during the NPM left pad incident, there was this company, this messenger company, Kik Messenger. This company called Kik. They wanted ownership of the NPM package named Kik. I don't know why they wanted the ownership of this package. Either way, they wanted it. They went through NPM's trademark process. They got the name. The person who published the left pad package package got his packages, got that package unowned from him, and in a fit of rage, he deleted every single package that he had on NPM. And one of these was a package called left pad, which adds characters to the left side of a string, or pads it to the left. So it boiled down to these 13 lines of code, which, if you do some analysis of it, basically just allows you to add space to the left side of a string, or given some string, put this character on the left of it a couple times. This caused a lot of issues because transitively, the entire NPM ecosystem relied on this function. React had a dependency with it. Babel, one of the biggest tools for transpiling the JavaScript you wish you could write to the JavaScript you have to write, that was affected. And in a true stroke of irony, it ended up actually taking out Kik, the messenger, their ability to deploy things. So, several hours after the package was removed, the company behind the platform, NPM Inc., manually restored the packages. Later, NPM disabled the ability to remove a package if more of 24 hours have elapsed since its publishing date and at least one other project depends on it. This really brought to the idea of supply chain attacks emerging into the public consciousness. And in general, this idea of a supply chain attack is kind of vague, but if someone can break your builds by deleting a package, someone could also insert malicious code into a package that's depended on by like the entire industry, such as LeftPad. And this is a lot of the reason why you'll see bigger companies want to have their own private like module registry caches or something. John Church says NPM prevents any package with large enough dependencies on publishing now, even in the 24-hour period. Good. Yeah, like, there's also kind of a horrible balance to be had here, because at some level, like, the person who published this code obviously just wanted to solve a problem that they had and make it available so that other people didn't need to write this code. But this also kind of has some weird, perverse consequences where this code, frozen as it is, how to phrase this without sounding bad. Thinking more. But yeah, either way, the generalized left pad problem happens a lot with other things where a dependency that people are relying on just suddenly vanishes. And given that things like the AI industry seem to be having this kind of thing happen all the time, seem to have like speed running a lot of the problems with infrastructure and social stuff. Like, if I rely on this, what happens if it just goes away? Like, I'm not saying it would go away, but like, what happens if I rely on the output of this command giving me the weights and then those weights vanishing somehow? I believe that we could call that bad. So generally what you do with this kind of stuff is you have a cache of the stuff that you depend on. And in my opinion, the best user experience is no user experience. So ideally what you'd like to have is a cache that only fires when it's needed and doesn't fire when it's not. Supply chain safety, what is that? Also, hi. Yeah, hi, Irokawa. So one of the things that I've been thinking about making in order to like I've been thinking about making a thought leadershipy thing about like the impending left pad problem for AI or something. I have not really thought it out that well. That is a very version 1 title. But in order to get to the point where we don't have the left pad problem, we need the ability to like have models stored and ideally done in such a way that it takes no extra configuration to use that. Realistically, you're going to have to do something different, like change the repo you refer to or something. But I would love to be in a place where it just doesn't matter, I guess. Does Llama continue to ship new weights? Yeah, they just released one today. Like, literally, as I started streaming, they released Llama 3.3, and I haven't touched it yet. Like, it was uploaded to Ollama 14 minutes ago. Like, it is brand new. I need to play with this. It looks cool. Especially if it has, like, any real closest usability stuff. But yeah, so let's go over to VS Code. Actually, no. Did we go to VS Code yet? Okay, so I found this program linked in a pull request that allows you to set a default Ollama thing. Have you already looked into how close Ollama models are stored similarly to OCI? A cursory glance seems they're pretty close to one another. Okay, yeah. At a high level, the Ollama, or actually, let's dig into the code because I can show you exactly where it is and where I saw some stuff. Like at my last job, I was thinking about making a pull through Ollama model cache so that people using Ollama would have a quicker cold start time. It's, I think it's in package server. Yeah, it's in download.go. But yeah, I don't remember exactly where the code is in here, but I did end up finding out that the Ollama people, the Ollama team was originally working at Docker Incorporated. And as a side effect of working at Docker, they started with the Docker registry spec. And this does work. Like, this does actually work pretty well. But one of the problems that, they're going to run it, that they either are going to run into, have run into, or are working on fixing right now, is the fact that the Docker registry protocol isn't really built for giant layers. Like, hold on. Let's look at this right here. Is there a way to see the manifest.json register ollama.ai/v2/manifests library llama 3.3 manifests latest. Yeah. Okay. So, actually, you know what? Let's paste this into VS Code because it might be easier to see that way. Hold on, let me just paste it real quick. Oh yeah, that's going to be much easier to read. Hide Firefox. Okay, so, for example, this is the manifest for Llama 3.3, which was just released today. And this is a Docker distribution manifest in JSON format, and it has configuration, which is whatever that is. And a Docker image is made up of a bunch of layers that are applied to an empty folder to get to the result you want. And in this case, an Ollama model is a bunch of layers, which are things like the model or the chat prompt template or the license for the model and when you're allowed to use it, or parameters, which are the configuration for how the Ollama model runner should treat it. So you see that the parameters file is like 96 bytes of JSON. That's normal. The license is like 5 kilobytes, 7.6 kilobytes. That's normal for licenses. Lawyers need to have some space to do things. The chat template, that's like what? 1,400 characters of Go string template. That's fine. But then there's this thing. This layer right here is the one that has all of the floating point weights, the tokenizer, the embedding model that Llama uses. It has everything. And this is over 42 gigabytes of data. The Docker registry protocol is not really optimized for this. Like, how do you even, like, I'm pretty sure Technologic in the chat would be able to specify, but I'm pretty sure like the Docker layer size limit is something like 10 gigabytes for the Docker hub. And if you start getting above that, then things start to get unstable. Uploading gets kind of weird. Downloading gets really weird. Yeah. It's a mess. And this is kind of the worst case when it comes to this. Because, like, this 42 gigabyte blob of data is basically the thing that runs your business, and it's just hosted somewhere that might go away. And this kind of thing is where I see the left pad problem is going to happen. Maybe fetch it in build. Well, I mean, yeah, you could fetch it in the container build and then put it in a container image, but you'd have a 40 plus gigabyte container image. And what's the overlay FS size limit? Either way, like the point I'm getting at is that this is almost big data, where I define big data as data that is too big to fit into RAM. Actually, hold on. Let me just double check. I think it's 42 gigs, but let's check Wolfram Alpha. God bless Wolfram Alpha. By the way, if you've never used it before, wolframalpha.com is like probably one of the most powerful websites you'll ever use. It is, you just specify what you want and it tells you how to do it. And I use it a lot for unit conversions, like megabits to megabytes, megabits per second to megabytes per second, or in this case, converting this number to 42.52 gigabytes or like 4% of a terabyte. Yeah. So I have this program that I forked that was originally called what was it called? Ollama Registry Pull Through Cache. And you know what? Let's actually run it right now and let's see what it does. mkdir cache dir and go run dot. I don't know. I'll probably do it. Okay, so we have a log message that says it's starting the server on, and then it has that URL. Oh, right. Hold on a sec. Let me just run a quick. Oh, wait. When someone uses an emoji, it bounces across the screen? Oh. That's That's news to me. I should probably know how this stuff works. Okay. Maybe that did something. Now, Ollama ls. Do I have the Ollama host configured properly here? I don't. Okay. Export Ollama host equals that, and we'll have it go to the Ollama instance in my local Kubernetes cluster. Okay. Let's take this model because Snowflake Arctic Embed 2 is only like 1.2 gigabytes, so it'll be fast to iterate on. So Ollama rm that, and then Ollama pull Shiroko WSL dot shark harmonic dot ts dot net / library / that. So when I run this command, it will hit this program because I set up some reverse proxying off camera so that it just points to the right place and has HTTPS because the Ollama registry download protocol requires HTTPS for all connections for good reasons. So let's hit this button. End of file. Why? Did I break it? Okay, let's just curl this. Okay, so if I download this, if I do that, it'll go there. And then some async worker will go in and actually do the thing. So let's see what happens if I do this again. Oh. Oh, wait. Am I... Oh, I think I know what I'm hitting. Oh, I am hitting the problem where, like... Okay. I'm hitting a problem with my kind of broken networking setup. So I'm going to fall back to plan B, and I'm not going to be able to pull this from the embedded VS Code terminal due to my networking setup being kind of broken. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to run that command off camera and on my gaming tower just directly. And oh, I already have it downloaded on my gaming tower. Let me just delete it real quick and re-download it. And then I'll pull this again, and then we will see a bunch of log lines as it does stuff. So what we see here is we're getting blobs. And in this case, the blobs are like those giant Docker images or whatever. Like, let's go to this manifest here. Oh, right, have to close it. So we have this blob right here, which is this SHA-256, identified by this SHA-256 hash. We have this blob here, and we see it all there. And now the cache worker is just downloading things in the background. And we have the embedding model loaded there. So the part that I don't like about how this is implemented so far is number one, it's cached on the disk. Like, realistically, caching on the disk is fine. However, I would prefer not caching on the disk if possible. Let me just install the tree command real quick so we can visualize the directory structure here. Yes, Homebrew's doing some cleanup, because why wouldn't it? It always has to do cleanup at the worst possible time because that's just how package managers are. So let's run the tree command, and we see that there's a directory tree here. We have /v2 library snowflake arctic embed 2 blobs, and we have all these files. So something you may not know about okay, let me take a second to rephrase that. So there's two things going on here. It's fetching the manifest, which has references to these things, and these things are a bunch of configuration, or the model, the configuration and whatnot for running this thing. So, but as a side effect, this is what's called a content aware store, because like let's get the SHA sum of one of these blobs. So let's say we get the SHA sum of this, which should start with 959 and end with B07, right? Oh, that is unreadable. No, it is. It's readable. Let me just close this, see if that makes it better. Can we possibly make this more readable? No. But either way, this file is identified by the hash that starts with 959b, and the hash output here starts with 959b, and it ends with CB07, and it ends with CB07. The thing I don't like about how this is doing it is that the blobs are in the subdirectory of each of these things. So if I have the same blob in multiple different repositories, then I will effectively have to download it twice, right? Like, here, let me just contrive a situation that would cause it to do that. Okay, so I'm going to download this model called Hermes 3. And Hermes 3 model is 4.7 gigabytes. Which, it's a reasonable size. It's an 8 billion parameter model. I'm downloading it at the Q4. Trivial example, may the license file be shared between models? Oh, it's content aware. So, like, I don't have exact data on this, but my guess is that there are cases where a lot of the model metadata is shared between models. Because, like, well, actually, thinking about an easy case, like, let me pull up. Okay, so here's Llama 3.2. We have the Llama 3.2 acceptable use policy for the 3 billion parameter model, and we have the Llama 3.2 acceptable use policy for the 1 billion parameter model. And oh, it actually is the same hash here. Let me see if I can. Yeah. So for the 3 billion parameter model, we have this hash right here, right? And then for the 1 billion parameter model, we have the same hash. Yeah. So a lot of these files are shared between things. And also, if somebody creates a LoRa on top of a model and then pushes that, they will have both the base model and the LoRa adapter on top of it. So it is probably really easy to get into a case where there's multiple things, or multiple of the same thing. That one failed. That one finished. So let's then recreate this problem. Ah, yes, perfect. It's going to perfectly show off the problem here. Okay, I'm just going to delete some cache data so that we have a better way to show that, so I can show this off a bit more clearly. It's gonna take a sec. Come on, download faster. No, forking limitations don't need to be addressed. What actually needs to be done is something a bit more clever and, frankly, really smart. Okay, so right, it does asynchronous reification. Here, let's go run this and make sure -p -help download worker 6. Oh, download worker num. So I do tree. Yeah, and now it's downloading more stuff. Does diff work on binary files? Oh, right. I should show VS Code. Okay, so well, this thing is downloading some stuff, but you can see that there's library, Hermes 3, blobs, and then there's the blob that starts with 4752, and then there's the blob that starts with 4752. Oh, fuck. Right, I'm on Windows. Okay. Pro tip. Pro tip. In Windows, in VS Code, if you press Control W to unword. Yeah. Oh, I didn't hear the audible notification from Twitch. Strange. Yeah, just give it a sec. 15 seconds. Okay, we're back. But these two blobs are the same. Like, why do we need to download it twice? Why do we need to store it twice? They're the same blobs. So, what I'm thinking about doing is adding some logic that goes in and, like, if it's a blob, put it inside a folder called blobs, right? And then those blobs, when someone asks for a blob, you search the blob out from there, otherwise you download it, right? Seems Ollama itself doesn't split up the blobs between models. What do you mean by split up? Loading, don't mind. Okay. 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 Split up is then you have two models for two blobs that have the same blob contents, but Ollama CLI has only one copy that has the one copy of the blob. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to express. I want it to not split it up, and the way that this thing seems to work is that they are caching URL paths and not like properly rewriting the blobs. So let's just rewrite the blobs. It looks like most of the stuff is done in this like download file function. Okay. This is one of the first times I've read this code, so like I looked over a lot of this yesterday, but as in okay, I see, not scream. Okay, so tracing over the logic, we have this handler function, which is the thing that is an HTTP handler. We take in a reverse proxy, a cache directory, and the upstream URL to base the requests on. And then we return an HTTP handler. And then we extract some variables out of, or we mangle the request so that it points to the right place. We set up a logger with some of that information just pre-baked. We check if we're doing get or head, and if that's the case, we serve from upstream. I don't know if this is a good idea, so I may remove this in the future, but either way. We construct a cache path based on... we construct a path in the cache based on the cache directory and the path from the thing, which is why we have URLs based on the URL structure of this and why the blobs all go into the same folder. And oh, that's why the Docker registry does that. Okay, thinking out loud, in my head, I was wondering, why the heck is the Docker registry doing things like v2, library, Hermes 3, blobs, and then stuff? They're doing it like that so they can check the ACLs on it, and then they can send those people a pre-signed URL to S3, and then not just have all the blobs in one place on the URL routing end, so that someone else could just get the blobs that they shouldn't be able to have access to. Okay. I guess that makes a bit more sense. It's kind of annoying in this case, but so let's add some logic here. File path or do I want path.base here? So like end component := path.base. Base returns the last element of path. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we want base here. And r.url.path if strings.has prefix and end component SHA-256 : actually no, pro tip, don't hit the Mac OS keys if you're using Windows. So then if the strings has prefix that, then hash : strings.trim prefix, maybe? Yeah, maybe trim prefix. Yeah. End component, and then we want SHA-256 : and then we probably want cache path : strings.join. No, I want file path.join. Join This should be file path. Cache dir blobs hash, right? No, we don't want colon equals here. We just want equals because we want to mutate this variable so then that gets passed down there. So, And then we queue the file for download in the cache path. But then we're going to run into the cache reification being kind of terrible. So I have looked into how this works, and I find it kind of beautiful and horrible, but beautiful at the same time. So to more visually demonstrate this, let me delete something real quick. Are you sure you want to permanently delete Z and its contents? So we permanently delete this. And I'll go over here, and then I'll RM this. And we'll pull this. And then if we're quick, we can see that there's this SHA-256 whatever .todo file. And this SHA-56 whatever .todo file is how this logic knows, is how the cache worker logic knows to do stuff. So we're going to need to rewrite that, but let's just chug on for a sec. Or wait. Oh, the music stopped. That's why everything was quiet. I was trying to figure out what's wrong. It's quiet. No, it's because we hit the end of the playlist. Hello. Then let's just make sure that that's not too loud. Yeah. Yeah, A1 is loud. Okay, there's a really cheeky way we could do this. So if we do file path URL string, and then oh, this works by leaking a file descriptor? Oh no, that's not good. That's not good at all. Let's like not do that. OS error colon equals if error not equals nil slog dot error can't make directories for os.write file. We're gonna make it copy undo. And then we're going to do os.write file to do file path, and then the data is going to be byte slice coerced of URL, and then the permissions are going to be 0700. No, wait, zero. Um, thanks for the follow, actually, Azrael. Oh, that's the explosion. Yeah, you see, like the follows, they just create like fireworks of like rage or whatever. Return. I think this will work. And then... Actually, wait. The goal is to convert this to use S3 as a backend, and I think this, like... I need to break it, I think. R dot... or... no. Dot URL dot string... So, what we're gonna end up doing is let's just fix all these errors right now, and oh, this re-downloads things. Check if the file is a manifest file, and if it's a manifest file, return. Wait, hold on. What's going on here? Okay, so one of the parts of this is that there's a cache invalidator thing, a worker, right? And the cache invalidator worker takes the cache stirrer and sees if things are over a maximum age, where the age is like older than right now. So if the file is newer than the maximum age, you skip it. But if it's the manifest, and if it's not a manifest and it's not a to-do file, then you return nil. Otherwise, the file is newer than max age, skip it. The file is older than max age, mark it as a .todo file, and then queue it for download. Wait. Okay, hold on. Let's. Is it basically re-downloading the SHA-256 blobs? Wait. If not strings dot contains fpath manifests. So if it contains manifests inverted, so it doesn't contain that. So it doesn't try to re-download the blobs. Okay. I misread that. So what I thought this was saying is you re-download the SHA-256 blobs. Yeah. You can see where I'm confused, right? Why is it sleeping 10 seconds between each of these? Wait. I would think this is ChatGPT code, but there's a typo here. Huh. You know what? We're going to have to do a different strategy for invalidating this. So what we're going to do instead is... we're going to hit Control / and comment all of this out. And we're going to change this to read from a timer channel instead. T:= time.new ticker. let's call it, let's add an argument here for invalidator period? I don't know. Invalidator period for range t.c, defer t.stop. Yeah. And then main.go is going to have an error here, but that's fine. So, and then HIJKLM, yeah. And then we'll say the invalidator period by default is 30 times time.minute, right? How often to check for invalid manifests? Yeah. For context, AFJack, this stream is unrelated to Blue Sky stuff. Invalidator period. Okay. So let's delete these blobs. No, let's delete these blobs. And so the changes that I've made in this cache logic should put all of the blobs into a blobs folder. Oh, pro tip. Pro tip, when you're dealing with a content-aware store and you're asking it to pull something that's already pulled, it won't pull it again. It'll just, like, not do it. Okay, so now this properly contains the thing that we want it to. Good. Ah, right. We didn't fix that part of the cache logic, right? Okay, so let's not mess this up. Okay, so the part that I messed up here is I'm writing the URL to the file, and I'm not reading the URL from the file to know what to download. So we check if the file is a .todo file, and if it is not, then we skip it. Otherwise, we get the URL by trimming the prefix from the cacher and trimming the prefix from the subcacher, but URL data error : equals byte os.read file f path, and then if error not equals nil, return. Gotta balance. The stream is incredibly relevant to my interest, trying to add Ollama registry to Git lol, although auth is gonna bite me, so I'm at 100 rest to patch on VOD. Yeah, the way that Ollama's auth works is that every Ollama instance has an SSH key, and they use that for authentication. I don't know if there's an easy way to identify it. I mean, I'm pretty sure it does a signature. So you know what? We have a proxy here. Let's just add a lg.info r. Authorization header authorization r.header.get. Let's just add that there, and I'll paste this to you later, Technologic. Off screen, I'm reading 3.370b is supposedly better perf than 3.1405b, which is wild. What? That's incredible. Can't read that. And then full URL. Oh, because I can just... Oh, then I can do... Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm reading the URL from here instead of inferring it from there. And then we can remove this. We can get this SHA-256 sum there. And then we can download file on string URL data, right? And then we can do string URL data. And then it downloads to the .todo file, and then it moves it in place when it's done, which I guess makes sense. I think in reality, I'm gonna have it just spawn a background process to do that. We download the file. So we download the file by doing a URL. We get the download path in there. So in order to fetch it, we do response error equals http.defaultclient.get URL. Let's remove the .default client, just use the http.get function because that's simpler. If error is not equal to nil, failed to get URL from origin and wrap the error, that's fine. And if the response status code is not okay, then we read everything and return an error from that. I guess that's fine. We create a file by making all the missing directories, and then we create the download path. Okay, so the thing that potentially might be breaking here is I don't remember if os.create truncates before it. I don't know if it's like ocreat otrunc. What does it do? Let's just look at this real quick. Creates or truncates the named file. If the file already exists, it is truncated. If the file does not exist, it's created with mode 666 before umask. If successful, mode zone return file can be used for I/O. The associated file descriptor is mode RDWR. Okay, so it does truncate it, which means that even though we have the URL written there, it won't matter. And then we create the result thing and truncate the URL out of there. We create a new SHA-256 hash, and then we create a multi-writer for both the output file. I'm going to rename this to FOUT so that it's a bit more clear. And then we'll call this MW. So then what we do is we copy the response body to the multi-writer, which copies it both to the output file and to the SHA-256 hasher. So then that will result in us getting the SHA-256 hash of the file as we're downloading it. That makes sense. And then we create the SHA-256 sum by taking the h.sum and using format.sprint %x in order to format it as a hexadecimal string. I think that's what that does. Yeah, that sounds right. And then we do, if the expected SHA-256 sum is not nothing, and the SHA-256 sum is different than what we expected, then we say that the SHA-256 sum of downloaded file, this does not match the expected sum that. Let's reverse this order and make it more in the idiomatic go way. And then do this. Expected SHA-256 sum %Q got SHA-256 sum. And then flip these two arguments. There. There. Thanks for the follow, another common internet user. Okay, so if strings.has prefix string URL data. Oh. I want to fix this logic, but I don't think it matters. Let's see what happens if we run this and try to download something. It'll probably break, but it'll be amusing when it does. Oh, it's just instantly going. Good. Or downloaded machine learning models. There. Let's add some logging here to make it a bit easier to see. And then component cache worker. Make it a bit more consistent across things. Maybe I should pass look gust there, but that's premature optimization. How often does this cache worker run? Every 10 seconds. Okay, so it's downloading this and it's writing that to there. Yeah, that's good. That's what we want. This is good. This means that I'm doing something right. Signal killed. Hold on. Hold up. Signal killed. That's what happened. Out of memory kill? What? Huh. What the hell? Hold on. Let's see. What did I mess up here? Unable to access opcode. Oh, did I somehow... Oh, I somehow managed to use biblical amounts of memory. Let's look over this and see if there's something that I really messed up. Okay, so the things that are running through my head on what could fail is what could cause it to run out of memory is something that reads memory without purging it. Wait, then what would do that? Okay, none of these blobs should be big enough to cause that. So thinking about this laterally, like let's look in there and let's see what things are thought to do. Okay, so we have Charlie 989er, we have Edgar Charlie 2, and we have Foxtrot 02. So how big are these files? I'm almost certainly doing something incredibly wrong here for the record. Why is Control S not saving? Oh. There are multiple formatters for YAML. Oh, it detected it as YAML. Let's JSON. Okay, so Charlie 89er is the big file. That makes sense. So let's see what happens. Is this going to die again? So it was specifically, what are you downloading? We're downloading machine learning models, and that's going to be 4 gigabytes. Signal killed. What is getting killed? What's that? I'm getting killed. What's my tower's memory usage at? Because I should not be... I'm at 48 gigs of RAM used? Okay. The things that are using up RAM are Firefox, VS Code, and WSL. That makes sense. And I guess a lot of the other stuff is cat. No, the thing is, the memory use is falling off a cliff. Okay, so it settles down to 25 gigs of RAM used. And then when I run this program, it starts getting biblical amounts of memory use and then gets up to the max. I don't know if I can actually show Task Manager on here, but let's see if I can. Task Manager, capture method, Windows 10. Yeah. Yeah, because like what's happening here is, we get this and then it starts using a bunch of memory and then it settles and dies. What is going on? Yeah, and then you see it just starts settling, and so limiters need to exist. Yeah, but like, what is it doing wrong? Because okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do this, and then I'm gonna hit Control \. No, I can't hit Control \, because 1Password uses that keyboard shortcut. Okay. Move terminal into editor area. Let's hide Task Manager for a sec. pkill. What signal is Control \, again? What's... I know that Control \, sends a signal that... Oh, right. Oh, right. Control \, is sig quit. Right. It's sig quit. Sig quit causes the Go runtime to print all the stacks of all the Go routines, and that'll tell me where I am. So if I do pkill Yukari -sig quit, I hit up, I hit this, and then we're going to get all of the stacks of all the Go routines. And let's see if we can find out where it is. So in the background, the Go runtime creates a lot of Go routines for things like the parallel, garbage collector. So in order to figure out where this is, we're going to have to start from the top and work our way down. So go routine 0, I believe this is part of the core Go runtime, and it's what ends up calling main in a new Go routine. And then go routine 1, it looks like it's doing some socket polling, and it's part of oh, this is main. Go routine 1 is our main Go routine. So right now the Go routine is parked because it's blocking on the poller, and the poller is blocking on an accept call, and this all boils down to our http.listen and serve call. Good. This is what we want. This means that we're close to where we're getting. And now go routine 2 looks like it's part of the garbage collector. Go routine 3 looks like it's also part of the garbage collector. So is 4. And then go routine 5 has something about create efing. I don't know what that does, but let's assume it's just part of the runtime. And then we have runtime register unique map cleanup. I think that's for like intern strings or something. And then we have the invalidator. That's fine. Then we have part of the runtime. Where is it getting killed? Oh, I know where it's getting killed. I think I know where it's getting killed. I think it's getting killed at these lines right here, and my guess is that the Charlie 89er file is very large. Yes, it is. Oh, it's always the stupid thing. So let's try not doing that the bad way. Let's re-download this. And then there's going to be a .todo file. There's the .todo file there, and yeah. Okay, let's just like change how this entire thing works because this is kind of dumb. So what now? It's doing a cache.q file for download. I think this is dumb. Let's just have it download this directly, I think. You're setting other people's terms, making things rough. I don't know what you're getting at there. I'm sorry. Okay, can't stat that fpath error, and if st dot size greater than or equal to like 2048 bytes, return format.errorf. Stat.size. Oh, I killed it while it was downloading something, and then it tried to read the URL, and oh, that's, yeah. Then we just have it delete that thing. right? Where's the logic to delete the file? Right, os.remove. os.remove f path. Okay. I think this will maybe work now, but now I think I need to start moving towards migrating this to use S3 in the back end. Hydrate redeemed. I'm going to, yeah, but it's, at least I know why it's somewhat broken now. I'm going to rip out a lot of this download logic and rewrite it, I'm pretty sure. I have to go to the bathroom real quick, so I'm just going to hit this button. Okay. You know how everything just kind of derps out when I get back to my desk? Yeah. This also happens when you do things like VR chat, except it's slightly worse when you're doing it with a VTuber avatar because it's a... Well, I guess with VR chat it's actually slightly worse because you also put your hands down and you just get contorted and like scrongled or whatever. Let me double check this hot cache though. HTTP no location header in response. What? Hold up. What the heck? And it tries to serve it. And HTTP here, no location header in response. Like, why? Hold up. Hold the phone. Arg, okay, let's try having it redirect to the thing. Okay, why is it saying no location header in response? Let's dig through the Ollama code real quick. Okay, so then we go over here and we go GitHub Ollama. And I know that HTTP no location header in response is a standard error. And if we go to variables, no location header in response, and there's error no location. So if we search for error no location in code, we get hit with a login wall. So I will do the search off camera, and I get search did not match any code. What? Okay, so they're not doing it directly, but it's hitting something that would hit that. So images.go pull model. There is a registry ops.insecure thing. So first we pull the model manifest. And then we have this download blob function. Where is the download blob function defined? I'm gonna have to actually look in a logged in account because like it's not showing me all the info otherwise. It's in download.go? Yeah, it's in download.go. Test it here. Download blob, downloads the blob from the registry and stores it in the blobs directory. Okay, what could cause that to return? Load or store blob download that, and then we get the digest. And then the request URL has v2, the repository, and then blobs, and then the digest. And then otherwise it does download.prepare. And I assume download is a package. No, download is an object. Download is a value. Download is from the blob download manager of type blob download. Error no location is returned by the response.location method when no location header is present. Okay, where is the... Okay, so then the blob download.run is uses this thing to have an inline time. It uses an inline function invocation to have an inline context. Okay, that's fine. It tries to download it for 30 seconds. No, it's checking for redirects. Okay, so every loop, it tries to get new registry options and makes a shallow clone of the registry options into the new options. We have a check redirect function that checks for redirects, and if there's more than 10 redirects, then it does that. If the host name is the same, allow the redirect. Stop at the first redirect that is not the same host name as the first request. Oh, I know what's going on here. Okay, so it is assuming that there's going to be a redirect here, because, like... Oh... It's assuming that there's a redirect, and there's going to be a redirect to the object storage thing, which means that this redirect I put in here is the absolute incorrect thing to do. And we're going to do a redirect to S3, right? So the reason it's failing here and saying that there's no location is because I'm serving the data directly and not redirecting it to another domain. S3 is object storage. You give bytes a name, and you put the bytes in, and then when you give it a name, you get the bytes out. It's like a file system, but it's like an unlimited FTP server. Yeah. Okay. This is it. This is where I'm messing up. This code can't work because Ollama changed its logic. Oh, so then I can just rip out the entire disk caching and be fine. Okay, this is a lot easier now. It's a lot easier because we could just throw everything out. Awesome. You rip subsets. I think. I don't know. Okay. This makes a lot more sense. This way, everything... this entire thing is broken. Oh. Oh, this is what I needed to know yesterday. Why was it working yesterday? When was this logic changed? Blame. No, it was only working because... Oh. It was only working because I am reverse proxying the response with the metadata, and in this case, I reverse proxy the 302 response, and then the 302 sends it to R2, and oh, this is why it worked. It worked. This changes the registry client to reuse the original download URL it gets on the first redirect response for all subsequent requests, presenting Thundering Herd issues when hot new LLMs are released. Yeah, programmers always have interesting phrasing for things, but either way, I know what we need to fix. Oh, in my attempt to, like, click on the show VS Code and hide Firefox thing, I ended up clicking the hide VS Code button. Either way. Okay, so let's make a new folder, and let's call it, let's make a new folder called Tigris. And in this folder, I'm just going to copy some code from my X repo where it just does a bunch of Tigris stuff for me. Actually, no. Control Alt, and then new file, tigris.go, paste, save. There. And then go mod tidy. At this point, this is like I have almost entirely going to ship of Theseus this project, and none of the original code is going to remain. Is it the same project? I'm pretty sure it won't be. Because I've ripped out the configuration, I've ripped out the logging, I've ripped out their caching logic, and now I'm going to rip out their proxying logic. But we have a function get a Tigris client. Yeah, we have the profile Tigris export AWS profile equals Tigris. Yeah. Is this new code? Oh, it's all going to be new code when I'm done with it. So then we have all of these things. And oh yeah, this is going to be new code. So let's make a new... You know what? Since we're going to throw out a bunch of this code anyway, let's make a new folder. We'll call it _old. And then we'll put package proxy in there. And then we'll put package worker in there. And then this is going to fail. But that's fine. So now we can make a new folder proxy. And we can make a new folder download. And then here we're going to have proxy.go, right? And we're going to have it package proxy. And then we're going to copy the function signature of this because I kind of like it. Okay, so then we have an HTTP handler here. Then we're just going to say this is an http.handler. And we're going to say http.handlerfunc. And then we're going to do that. Okay. We're going to do mux.handle here. Need some kind of notification for pull togethers. Yeah, so I'm thinking the logic here is we're going to send the client the redirect to R2, and then we're also going to download the stuff from R2 on our end. So copying this logic, we're going to I don't know if I want to actually do that bit. And then for this, we're going to say we're going to do switch r.method case http.method get http.method head blank default lg.info or .error error. Method not supported. This is a cache, not a writable sync. http.error w, and then we're going to say this is a cache, not a writable sync to there, and then we're going to say the code is http.status bat inv method not allowed return. And then this constructs the cache path. So, and then we're gonna have S3C star S3.client, right? Yeah. And then we're gonna have to do here, we're gonna have to make a Tigris client. So, and then S3C error colon equals Tigris dot new dot client cats. There's no cats here. So cats cancel colon equals context dot with cancel context dot background defer cancel. Yeah. If error not equals nil, log dot fatal f can't make Tigris client and sign vest error, and then S3C. And then now we can take this cache path construction logic. No. Okay, so what I want to do here is I want to like take the same logic that allows me to get the manifests and the blobs, and then have the blobs get stored separately, and the manifest get blobs stored in the blobs folder of there. Okay. And then we want to pass Tigris bucket here too. And then bucket name string. No, wait. We can actually avoid passing this cache directory. At all. Because we don't need the cache directory anymore. Yeah. So then, r.url.path, right? Yeah. So we get the cache path here, and then we copy this logic to see if the end component is a blob, and if not, then we make the cache path that way. Path.join blobs hash. Let's actually just have it just be like that. And then s3c.head object, right? You're starting to invade my tabs. How? s3.head object input, and then package.go.dev paste. Find the head object input, copy, and let's put it into StreamFox. Actually, I don't think I need to have that up on stream while I'm looking at it. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do the equivalent of seeing if a file exists in S3 by using the head object call. And head object in S3 gives you like the same information you get from stat in Unix. So let's say that we're doing it on the bucket star bucket name, right? No, star is down and is up. We want to raise that, and then key is cache path, right? Yeah. And is there anything else that might be useful here? If you use checksum, return the object only if the entity tag is the same as the one specified. Return the object only if it has not been modified in a specific time. I don't think we need that. Actually, we might. Let's think about that later. If error not equals nil, okay, what could fail here? If error is not nil, then that means that it has stuff in there. But if it is not nil, that means that it's not in the bucket, or the authentication is invalid. Okay, let's add a... If error is nil, then we need to... If that error is nil, object is in bucket, send back a redirect to a pre-signed URL. So then object is in bucket, send back a redirect to a pre-signed URL. S3C dot. How do you make a pre-signed URL in S3? S3 pre-signed URL. No, it can't be that ugly, can it? S3.presign client. Oh, you create a new pre-sign client from... Thanks for the follow, tomatoes cannot be trusted. Oh, that is an explosion. Presign colon equals S3.presign client. Or new presign client. On S3C. Console.tigris.dev. Off camera. Make the bucket Yukari so no one else snipes it. There we go. And so we have a pre-signed client here. Okay, and then to get the URL back, we do rec error colon equals... No, wait, is that a pre-signed request or a pre-signed URL? Create a pre-signed URL. It's... Oh, is it just calling it a request because the naming is bad? Pre-sign client dot pre-sign get object. And we want r.cats. And then we want the get object input. Oh, and s3.get object input. And then we're going to have bucket going to be and bucket name, right? And we're going to have key be and key name. And cache path, right? Yeah. If error not equals nil, lg.error can't get pre-signed URL. Error. http.error w can't make pre-signed URL, sorry. http.status internal server error, right? Yeah. Return. And then we're gonna do rec.url. Oh. What type is this? It is a v4.presigned HTTP request. What the hell does that mean? Wait, v4, that's Amazon auth v4, right? Because there's like signing and... Yeah, it's a signer v4. I'm going to put this in StreamFox on screen 1 second. Pre-signed HTTP request. Pre-signed HTTP request provides the URL and signed headers that are included in the pre-signed URL. Okay, so I think I want to just return the URL there. So then it's going to be something like http.redirect to wrrec.url and then http.status c found. Okay, and then transitively lg.info from Tigris and bucket name, or then we want the bucket and then we'll just append the cache path to the logging thing. Presumptive location, maybe. And then what we're going to do is okay, so this is the stupid path for if it's already in the bucket, then we just redirect to the bucket. That's fine. And that will trigger the logic that will cause it to correctly go to the right place, and then we'll be good. So now we have to handle the case where we're not in the bucket, where we're not already there. So let's copy this bit of logic here. I don't agree with what this is doing, but it is moderately cromulent. So now if it's not in the cache, then we queue the download and serve it from upstream. So what this is going to end up doing is we're going to have like go. We need something like go. Okay, so now we need to download the stuff. We need to queue it for downloading in the thing. So we need some kind of like reference to a download thread. Maybe I Okay, so based on what I understand right now, if I run this, it should work and it will just be a really messed up way to serve things, right? Because what it's going to do is it's going to check to see if it's in the bucket. There's nothing in the bucket, so it's always going to fail. And I should just get the stuff locally, right? So let's run this. 403 forbidden. Oh. Oh, is that why it had this logic here? Oh, I'm pretty sure that's why it had that logic there. Okay. Source origin, yeah. Okay. So it's making head requests, those all fail, and then it's just doing the right thing. Hold on, I have to administrative thing real quick. But either way, we have all of these things here. We have these paths. We can probably remove this path from there because that's extraneous. Yeah. Go type okay, the thing I'm worried about with this is having two things download the same thing twice at the same time. There's a thing for this. It's like mutex but with names. Like a map string to mutex. It's a concurrency primitive. It's used to prevent thundering herds. What is it called? I swear, I know what this is. I mean, I think I've written something like this before. Oh, what is the name of this thing? It's a thundering curve prevention mechanism. I've used this before in one of my things. I don't remember it. Let's just say like type. Oh yeah, thundering curve prevention is what it does. It's not the name of the construct though. It's like either way. Let's just 3c star s3 dot client, and then we'll just have like in flight map string struct, and then lock, and then sync.mutex, right? D colon equals downloader s3c in flight map string struct. We initialize these fields. I probably also want a Chan string. So what are you working on? Okay, so this is a effectively this is a caching reverse proxy. But this is a caching reverse proxy for machine learning models, party dip. And it's a caching reverse proxy for machine learning models that are downloaded through Ollama. And Ollama uses something like the Docker registry. However, it is not fully compatible with the Docker registry, so I can't just use like existing Docker registry things for it. What I have to do instead is I have to basically download the stuff myself and then serve it in the same way that it's served from the Ollama registry. The Ollama registry is not open source code, or I would just be using that. I don't know why that it's not open source code, but I would assume that it has to do with like their eventual monetization strategies involving like using that as a freemium thing. Like that's what I do. However, amusingly enough, the Ollama registry thing is compatible enough with Docker registries so that you can put your own Ollama models into a Docker registry and serve it that way. But this is more intended to be a pull-through cache so that you avoid getting left padded if a model gets deleted for some reason. So what else I need to have on here? I need to have a imp for a Chan string. And that input channel is going to be what everything feeds on, right? Func D star downloader, and then we're going to do fetch. No. I'm going to have it be a Chan download work. Yeah. So then we fetch this, and then that's just going to d.imp if d.imp, or is going to do d.lock is nil d.imp equals nil d.unlock. If is nil, then d.lock d.input equals make chan download work, and we want it buffered to be like 4 or something, right? Yeah, let's make it 4, because 4 is a nice number. d.unlock, and then d.input receives, no, what's the key on this keyboard for the go channel operator? No, that's the if error not equals nil button. Oh, it's that, right. I have a custom keyboard map, key map entry for the go channel operator, and I just haven't used it for a while, so I forgot what it is. Download work. And then we'll have a, like, this allows peer reviewing so you don't make baka moves. Oh, I'm going to make stupid mistakes no matter what I do, but that's just how it's going to be. So we do work, scope to the context, and then it's going to be for select case receive from context.done. Return slog.info returning from downloader work thread. Actually, wait, I don't need to have this logic here because I'm always going to make it. Input is chan download work. Case, how do you capture a variable from a channel? Let's look at effective go real quick. Go.dev doc. Effective go channels. No, I don't want a channel of channel. I want I'm trying to remember. Oh, right. You do case. Can you do colon equals there? I don't know. Let's find the heck out. Let's break it. Let's break everything. Case work colon equals fetch get from input or d.input, and then is that going to say unused variable? Declared and not used? Yeah, that's how you do it. You say case work colon equals fetch from read from d.input channel, and because it's in a select block, it won't block infinitely until it's ready. Okay. If not okay, return. And then now we do the actual downloading logic. So how do you stream an object to S3 in Go? What example should we work with? Where we're going, we don't get help from examples anymore. Put object. Oh, the object data is already in io.reader. Okay, cool. Let's go with that. That sounds good. Resp error colon equals s3c dot put object cats and s3 dot put object input bucket and work dot bucket key and work dot key. Oh wait, wait, hold up. We can actually make this smarter, I think. Okay. I'm about to prefix with what I'm saying with I think this may be premature optimization. But when we get the request for a manifest, then we can actually just have it ingest all of the blobs there. So something like convert JSON to Go, uncheck inline type things, and then we do because if we get each of these layers with the media type, then we can just fetch them. Yeah. And then we have media type, and then media type, media type. Because these media types are going to be infinitely useful as we do the mark and sweep for old stuff. So resp error colon equals http.get work.pull URL. If error not equals nil, slog.error, and then we can just do download work log values slog.value. I think that's it. Let me just double check some code off camera real quick. I need to check the error implementation here to see what log values is. Log value singular. Return slog.group value, and then we're going to do slog.string bucket d.bucket slog.string key d.key slog.string pull URL, d dot pull URL, slog dot string, media type, d dot media type. Yeah, and then lg colon equals slog dot width, work component downloader work. Yeah, and then we can format this nice. Yeah, and then instead of here, can't fetch from remote error. Yeah, and then continue. Defer resp.body.close mt colon equal media type colon equals resp.header.get content type, because that'll give us the media type of this thing, which I'm pretty sure curl head that 405 not allowed. Okay, then we'll do curl dash vest. Thank you, VS Code, for scrolling all the way up. Oh, of course it just says text/plain. Great. Love this. Love this for you. For media types, if you think about it, they're just keys with. Yeah, that's... Wait, hold up. Does this also return the text/plain type for other things, like the JSON parameters? I did it again. I pressed Control W. I am Linux pilled. Oh, and then it just sends me to a redirect, so then SSL. And that's just application octet stream. So I guess the manifest is the thing that actually determines like the stuff here. Oh, that's annoying. So I guess I'm gonna need to do some like matching, because I can't just get the media type this way. Content type. Okay, I think I need to do a regex for this. Because I want to see if I'm getting a manifest. So, like, so then it's going to be something like, it's going to be slash let's something like that, right? And then let's see, because the other thing that I think could mess this up is if the user is named manifest. Oh, it matches twice? Um, oh, I guess it needs to... I don't think this is the right way. Let's go back to VS Code. God, this would be so much easier if they just returned that it was JSON. Because just returning text plain tells me nothing. So, like... I mean, there's also the really stupid way to do it, because you can, like... it's like a multi-reader or something, right? No. Oh, they're read sequentially. Yeah, okay. We can do the really stupid thing. Okay, so we need to read, like, the first... So we get the content type. If mt equals text plain, or let's just add like no z God is dead. The Ollama registry returns text plain here when they should really return application JSON, or ideally whatever the hell that is. We have to treat JSON as if it's not JSON here. I hate it too. rd : http max bytes reader. These can't be more than like 4 pages, so it's going to be like 4 times 4096. W resp.body. No, it's going to be io.limited reader. No, it's limited reader? No. Yeah, limit reader. Resp.body, and then it's going to be 4 times 4096, at least 16k of JSON, at most 16k of JSON. Can you submit a PR to Ollama? Yeah, I'm probably gonna submit a PR, or like a bug report that they're not serving that here, but I am guessing that I am stepping well outside of what they expect people to do. So I don't really expect them to care that much. os.read io.read all rd if error not equals nil. Actually, wait, no. Var manifest JSON.new decoder rd.decode. No, wait, I actually need the bytes, right? Yeah, I need the bytes here. And then var manifest. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do some cheeky fuckery here. So in Go, when you read something from a reader, it's gone. It's not there anymore. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read these bytes into memory and then make the rest of the stack work by having these get read into memory, and then in the reader's place, I'm going to put the bytes in memory so that we just get the data out of memory. And yeah, it'll make more sense when I implement this. This won't wreck the computer. It'll fix it. Log.error can't parse manifest. If JSON dot or error : equals JSON dot unmarshal and data and manifest error not equals nil error return. This is a permanent error, so we don't want to retry. And then we're going to do the cheeky stuff. Put data into a buffer and then place that in resp's body. Buff : equals bytes dot new buffer data, and then resp dot body io dot nop equals io dot nop closer buff. Yeah. Is fjack a bot? I don't know. I'm half considering a timeout or something because they're getting obnoxious. Okay, but now that we have all these manifests, what we can do is can shove everything into there. And then we can also say empty equals manifest.media type. No, it's going to be work.media type. Yeah. I don't think we actually care about the result from S3 here, so you can do if that error not equals nil, and then lg dot error can't put error return, because that's also probably a is it a permanent error? I don't know. Let's just re-put it then. Just shove it in on the end. Go. Shove that in the background just in case it matters. Where are we headed now? A bit lost. Yeah, I'm a bit lost too. But this should more robustly put stuff in there, and then we can do go func manifest, and we can take the manifest and then we'll process it in the background. And by process, what I mean is just take everything in here and shove it into things it requests to download it. So then we're just going to I might want to move this manifest hack into a separate function, but that's fine. We'll fix it later. It's not going to bite me, I say, right as it's about to bite me. So let's just do it for all the layers. For layer underscore layer colon equals range layer manifest.layers. How could it bite you? Okay, the way that I'm thinking it could bite me is Thundering Herd stuff? I don't know. Some Ollama stuff on Twitch. Awesome. Yeah. Thanks for the follow, Goofball Guinness. This is like deep hacking, but we'll figure it out. Then we're going to join layer. No, layer.digest. Is that called digest? It is. Okay, that's a strange thing. Blobs and layer.digest. Is it called that? Yeah, it's called blobs. And then now we have to fabricate the pull URL, which URL base string. Actually, we might need to go back to the regular expression. It's going to be /v2 /w plus /w plus. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Sure, let's go with this. That sounds reasonable. And then, write me go code to get the image name group 1 and tag manifest tag group 2 from this regex. regex.must compile. I continue to be impressed both in the amount of work being done in Ollama and making models useful, and the models themselves, which seem to be getting better in quality and Memory efficiency. Yeah, like there's some really impressive stuff being done here. Um, I keep meaning to play with making a heckin' I keep meaning to play with making a automatic or searching or okay. I'm going to words better. Just give me a second. What I want to do is I want to be able to make a search engine for my blog, and instead of having the search use something like Elasticsearch, I'm going to use a vector database because I think that vector databases are fundamentally really great at being search engines, and just nobody uses them as search engines. Me speak English, God. Yeah, me speak English, God. Me English, God. Well, so let me create a download worker. Actually, yeah, we can even simplify this down further by only grabbing this. Yeah. And I'll compile at instantiation time. Find string submatch on work.pull URL. So I'll go work on my own project now. Good luck with yours. V2 %sign S image name. Yeah, that sounds right. And then the config. Oh my God! I have been showing Firefox on this page the entire time. Oh my God. I am sorry. I did not notice. Yeah. And then that does that. Yeah, perfect. That's what I want. Yeah, so then we get the image name there and then URL base. Yeah. Then we add the media type there. I'm gonna keep going. I'm so close to getting this working. I just want to finish it. Okay, so now I remove this locally. And now I see if all this crazy shit I wrote works. Now, move terminal into editor area. Now, are we actually doing any of the downloading parts? Or did I forget to call the downloader? Oh my gosh, I forgot to call the downloader. Fuck. If manifest regex dot okay, if and then we push stuff up, so it's going to be d dot fetch bucket name cache path dot string no. And then we have an empty content type there, and then that will just ambiently fix it, I think. I don't know. Let's find out. Error 403. Charlie 89er. Oh, is it actually doing stuff? Oh, is it working but not in the way that I expected? Okay, so I think it's downloading something now, but I don't know what it's doing. Okay, so what's going on now is, okay, so I just told it to why are people pinging me? Oh. Okay. Okay, so the first layer it's going to fetch is wait, it's putting empty files in Tigris? Okay, hold up. Okay, I'm just going to delete everything from the bucket and start over. No, stop it with the spell checker. AWS S3 RM dash recursive. Is it not liking? Oh. What? No. Hold on. AWS S3 RM. Yeah, I'm using this right. Okay, hold on. Let's see what S3LS says. Pro tip, set the right AWS profile if you wanted to actually use the right AWS thing. Okay, let's see what this does now. Okay, Okay, then let's add a log line here when it's actually doing something so that we have some idea of what's going on. So now let's pull. It's fetching from Tigris. Why is it doing that? It should not be doing that because okay, so lg.debug object in bucket. So then we can do go run dot slog level debug, right? And then if we do this pull, it'll say object in bucket. But how? Okay, it makes no sense that it says the object is in the bucket because I've been able to confirm that the object is not in fact in the bucket. Because like, if I do this, if strings dot has prefix cache path slash strings dot trim prefix cache path slash okay, so it's fetching shit. It's creating 0-byte files. Okay, so it's properly reading the manifest and scheduling things to be fetched, but it's somehow doing 0-byte files into it. That, how? Oh my god. Okay. Pro tip. If you don't put a body in a file, you know what will happen. It will just be nothing. Oh my... god. Oh. Oh my god. Classic. Yeah. No, why is it saying that the manifest is there? It's not. I deleted it. Is there some kind of cache or something? No, because I restarted the process. It should not have a cache. What? Oh. Ollama also just added support for structured outputs. Oh, fuck yes. Update Ollama on my tower. Okay, this structured output stuff is going to help me greatly with some of my like psych research stuff I'm doing. Okay, like seriously though, like how is this happening? So I'll just wait a second and oh. Pro tip, I just restarted Ollama to update it and it's making it fail on my local machine. Is it broken? Did I just break something? Okay, it's still serving it from Tiger. How? How? Like, no. This doesn't make any sense. Let's just paste this here and let's do it the wrong way. You must provide the content length HTTP header. Oh, okay. Did I just put tombstones into there again? No. Okay, so let's add the content length and see if that helps. Okay, so object in bucket, serving, and then we're getting in the downloader.work can't be put retrying for bucket Yukari key v2 library manifest latest pull URL is that media type is that s3 put object https status code 411 missing content length you must provide the content length header. I am. No, I am putting the content length header, right? No, that can't be. Wait, hold on. Does this not include the content length? No, it does. What? Okay. So let's log the inputs that we're using here. Key work dot key content type work dot media type content length resp dot content length. What do you want to bet is something really stupid? I mean, like, knowing this stuff, it's going to be something really stupid. Content length -1? What? No. That is not correct. That is that is an outright fabrication. Okay, so the content length is -1. I guess at this point we can't actually see what the content length is, so it's going to be resp dot content length equals buff dot len. Yeah. Okay, now it's properly pushing that through. Okay, because now it's taking a long time, which I want it to do. I want it to take a long time, because if it does, then that means that it's likely to be doing what I want. Yeah, it's giving me 858 bytes of manifest. Wait. Okay. Hold up. Hold up. Why is it not giving me a content length when I'm downloading it in Go, but I am getting a content length when I'm downloading it in curl? Is there some special curl logic to just give you the content length, but then, like, it doesn't if you're using Go? That doesn't make sense. But it would match with the things I'm seeing. I don't know. I think I'm getting punked. Okay. I think part of this is also that we're going to need to detect if it's a blob. If it's a... I think part of this is also that we're going to need to have some logic to test if it's a manifest request, and if it is, then we're going to have to return the stuff inline. But if it's not, then we're going to have to return the bytes of the blob. I think. That sounds right to me. Oh, thanks for the follow, Mooney Monk. Did I mention that yet? Okay, it wrote the stuff, so I'm going to test off camera to see if it actually did write it. It did write things properly. It has the right content type. It has the right size. Okay. So now that that's there, is it just going to fail? Yeah, it's going to fail there. It does report the E tag. So I guess I can forward ref up the E tag. Does the manifest have an E tag? No, I have to do a -v, that's right. The manifest does not have an E tag, does not have a last modified date. So then we do a pre-signed URL for blobs. And then we redirect there, else another ad break. Jesus. Snooze. Otherwise, it's a manifest, so we need to return it directly. So we can do resp error : equals s3c dot get object r dot context and s3 dot get object input bucket. We're gonna copy this stuff. Right? Yeah. Otherwise, we can't get the manifest. Set the content type to resp.content type. What things do we care about? We care about content length. And we set that to the content length. We need to star down it. What other headers do we care about? We care about the then we write the headers, and then io.copy. Then we refer closing the response. http.status okay. I don't know, maybe this will work. Let's find the heck out. And then delete this so that we don't recreate the blobs. And then we do an RM on this thing. We do a pull. Why is it 403? It's doing a head, and it gets 403. What is HTTP 403 again? Forbidden? How is there anything that says forbidden here? Okay. Okay, let me look at the original code real quick off camera. Or actually, I'll just pull the original code up here. Let's put Firefox up. And it's internal handler proxy, proxy.go. And then you use http.serve file. What does that do? Functions. Serve file. It runs that special serve file function. And then that does the serve content function, which I assume is up here. No. Ah! Okay, so this has, like, if the method is not head, then you copy the window that you need to copy. So is it... Okay, let's just comment this stuff out for a sec. Oh, pre-signed client is used and not defined. Underscore equals pre-signed client, and then that. Oh, right. So it does a head and then a get, but the head is getting the errors. So let's find out why the head is getting the errors. And then restart it before it happens. And what is that blob URL that I fabricated? Tigress is returning a 403. Oh, is it Oh, Tigress is returning a 403 because I'm getting it. I'm sending a pre-signed get and not a pre-signed head. Switch method r dot method case r dot case http dot method head Oh my goodness, it's dumb. It's okay. So the thing that happened is really dumb, and it is so dumb that I feel like I need to express how dumb it is because it is like a really stupid dumb thing that I messed up. What I was telling it to do is I was telling it to get a pre-signed get URL for a head operation, which would then return an HTTP 403, because if it's pre-signed for a get operation and you give it a head, then it's going to obviously fail, right? But no, in yeah, so what I did is I'm switching on the method, and if it's head, then we return a pre-signed head request. But if it's get, then we return a pre-signed get request. And now this should make this hacking thing work. Yeah, 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 this is how you do it. This is how you game in Minecraft. Unexpected status code 302. What status code should I send? 307. What is HTTP 307? Temporary redirect. Okay. I guess we're using the wrong redirect. Oh my gosh, it fucking works. Let's go! Oh my goodness, you can't see it because it's off camera, but let me fabricate something that lets you see it. Okay, let's hop into the Kubernetes cluster, I guess. No, that's gonna fail. Fuck. No, will it fail? No, it shouldn't. Okay, let's hop into the Kubernetes cluster for a sec. Let's go down to Ollama pod, and then we're hit S, clear, and then we're gonna do Ollama ls. Okay, we have Hermes 3 latest. That's fine. But what we're going to get instead is we're going to get the Arctic embed model. Yeah. So what we're going to do is Ollama pull Shiroko WSL dot shark harmonic dot ts dot net slash library slash snowflake arctic embed 2. EOF. Why is it getting an EOF? Okay, I'm going to rerun this pull command just so that we have the logs for that, which is nothing. There's no logs. Why is there no logs? Okay, if I do that, then we have logs. But if I do this, then we don't have log. Hold on. Okay, I have no way to test DNS in this pod. Okay, Okay, I'm gonna have to test it off camera again, I guess. Or, wait, no. What I can do is I can use this one that I use for Task Manager. Yeah. We're in business. Why didn't I think of this before? Snowflake Arctic Embed 2. Okay, pulling manifest, and then it pulls the bytes. Okay, so it is doing this right. It is redirecting it to the origin while it serves stuff, and then it's serving the other layers and downloading things and pushing them back. I think it's doing what it should. Okay, good. Oh, it's not respecting in-flight stuff. Okay, so we lock. Go where? Yeah, they don't tell you to go where. You just gotta go. d.inflight sub pull URL. If found, return. Then we lock again and do d.inflight pull URL equals struct. We can also just add a head object call here. pass the cats here, and then work.bucket, work.key. So if we head the object and it exists, and then we just don't do anything. lg.debug. Object already in bucket, skipping. And then we're going to need to pull another model to test it. Let's try BGE-M3. Yeah. I need to move this downloader stuff into a separate file, I think. But otherwise, I think this should be working. Let's do some stuff to force this to actually do some work. Yep, object already in bucket, skipping. Perfect. Awesome. Oh my goodness, I think this shit is actually working. Okay, so I think I got it actually somewhat functional. And now we can delete this cache directory. Okay. Hi, DocRect. Now we're doing cache invalidation. This is the fun part. Okay. We're going to take this downloader thing and put it into a separate file called download.go. No, we're going to move it into package download. Now that it's working, let's fucking break it. Isn't that the hardest problem in computer science right after naming? Yeah, kinda. But, yeah, it's fine. Okay, let's take some logic here and yeah. What we're going to do here now is we're going to take some of this logic and move this into a separate function for handling manifests. So func d start downloader hack handle manifests. And then we're going to see what things break here and take those as function parameters. So resp or work, download work, resp star http dot response lg star slog dot logger. Yeah, this is going to fail here because no, I don't want to checksum validation. I want S3 client. That gets you a new downloader. And we're going to do return pointer to downloader. New S3C. And then we're going to put this, and then we're going to do func d star downloader work and then we're going to call that, we're going to start one download worker. Yeah, that sounds like a reasonable thing to do. I need manifest regex here. Does that break anything? No. So then we just put this here. Okay, so now what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be adding a d dot hack handle manifest work res lg. Actually, this should return an error. Yeah, and then triple click here. And then this is extraneous. No, what? Where did my cursor jump to? It went there. Error not equals nil. lg dot error. Can't hackily handle manifests. Okay, so now I need to look over stuff and see, like, with unmodified synths, what's the query metadata stuff for Tigris? and then paste. That's how you do it. You get the last modified time, and you compare it to an RFC 3339 timestamp. So, so I guess the operation that we're looking for is gonna be something like, let's make a new file and call it like foo.txt, and then go back to VS Code. What we want is something along the lines of where content type equals, what is the one for manifests? I was just looking at it. No. It's gonna be this, right? Yeah. And last modified is... Okay, so the example query they have for this is last modified is greater than sometime in June 2024. So what I'm trying to look for is I want a way to express like last modified before Okay, I realized I've just had dead air for a second there. So, last notified is greater than that. So, what I probably need is last modified... I want things that were modified. I want to update the if a manifest is more than a week old, I want to schedule it for reprocessing, right? So what I want to do, what I should probably do is like, if the last modified is less than a week or more than a week ago, right? So it would be something like 1201 T 000000Z, right? Okay, the thing that I'm not sure about here is like the directionality of time. Okay, I mean, let's just heck and try it. Like, let's go into this and we'll make a new folder. We'll call it invalidator. New file main, or we'll call it package invalidator, and it's gonna be like func or type worker struct s3c star s3 dot client, right? Yeah. And then we're going to want to not sneeze. Oh, I do not want to sneeze right now. No, thank you. No, thank you, body. No sneezing. Okay, and then... then we want the work function for... case default to this logic, and should not have an empty default case in a for select loop. Loop will spin. Yeah, I know. It's going to spin. I want it to spin. Time.sleep. What do I have in main.go? It's invalidator period. Invalidator period time.duration. Yeah. Invalidator period. And then s3c dot, or it's going to be we want list objects v2 on the cats that we were given. And double check the usage of this thing again. And it's going to be an s3.listObjectsv2 input. We want the bucket name as a string so that we can do bucket and w.bucketName. And then we're going to have Tigris.withQuery. Oh, this is gonna suck. Oh, that really sucks. Oh yeah, I'm not sure there's a good way to make that better. Oh yeah, that's probably just gonna suck no matter what I do. Okay, if error not equals nil. Okay, so we're gonna just have all this stuff get printed out verbosely. Object.key, we unpointer it, and then we're gonna have unpointer object.lastModified. Oh, and then it's gonna be object.lastModified.format time.rfc3339, and then we're gonna add a /n. Cool. And then we're going to have a func new s3c start s3.client bucket name string star worker return and worker s3c bucket name. And then we're going to wire this into main.go. Then pass in the bucket name, go inval worker.work cats start invalidator period. Now let's see if this breaks. I don't know. Okay, time is directional in the other way. Cool, good to know. So what I need to do is, instead of doing it that way, I need to do it the other way. So if the last modified is less than that. So now if I run this, I should get nothing. Perfect. We got it to fail exactly in the way that we wanted. Awesome. Now, this by itself isn't going to be very useful, so we need to construct the query. So q : equals format.sprintf. No, it's not Go inverting the arrow of time. It's the okay. So one of the features that Tigris has in terms of object storage is this idea of object metadata querying, and Tigris indexes these things for every object in a bucket so that you can query them with SQL-like syntax. And it's basically the where clause in a SQL query. So what I'm trying to do here is query for all the things matching a content type and were last modified before a given date. Now, the example here says last modified is greater than that, but I was slightly confused on what greater than means in terms of time, but now I realize that greater than means like after this, and less than means before this. So if I say less than a week ago, wait, hold up. Okay, so what I changed here is I changed the query to look for everything older than November. Or like November as the pivot point. Or is that always gonna... Hold up. I don't know if I understand time. Okay. Okay. I want objects that are older than a week ago. So, a week ago equals time dot now dot add date 0 0 -7. So let's just have the computer tell us when a week ago was. Okay. So let's build the query based on this, I think. Okay, so then we uncomment this. It's going to be this absolute hecking mess. I don't think theoretical physicists understand time either. Yeah, I don't know if anybody does, bro. Okay, so then we print the query and we use this query here, right? Okay, so the last modified being greater than that means that you get like the arrow of time, everything forward that. So if you flip it the other way, you get everything before that, right? So let's let's call this T right here for a sec, and then we can comment this out. T : equals time dot now. Okay, so now with this code, we'll get everything that was put in all the manifests before the current date. Yeah, okay, this is doing what I want. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. I am a time baka. Ugh, I. Yeah, time is an annoying, fickle thing, especially when you're dealing with ordering time. I'm going to file a bug real quick about like specifying what the directionality of the arrow of time here. Meta. Metadata querying. Specify the arrow of time for last modified queries. Yeah, I'm getting to break out the real things. While I was on stream, I was confused at the directionality of time in X Tigris query calls. Specifically, I wanted to get objects that were a week older or more. The example shows this. I wasn't sure if this meant everything before or after the given point in time. I now understand that to get what I want, I needed to do code like this. And then we'll just paste code out of here. Document T0 greater than T1 if T0 after T1. T1 or T0 less than t1, t1 after t0. Document this in the arrow of time. There. So now we delete this query and we're going to make a downloader here. D : equals download dot new s3c. Yeah. And then then it's going to be something along the lines of, I'm going to steal a bunch of code for myself. That's just how this works. Okay, so what this is doing now is we're doing the logic for refetching things that are too old. So, oh my god, I hate you. So, what it's going to do is it's going to fetch the manifest and then just pull, and then re-pull all the layer, or then pull all the missing layers. And then we'll do http.get manifest URL if error not equals nil. Or we're going to do like we're going to put the downloader in the worker struct. Then we're going to do func w star worker. Reprocess manifest, cats context.context, manifest URL string, error. If error : equals w dot reprocess manifest, cats manifest URL, error not equals nil. Then we'll log an error saying can't reprocess manifest. And then continue with that, and it's going to be like slog.info.debug, honestly. Found old manifest. Reprocessing. Key. Star object.key. Last modified. Fied. Obj.last modified format time.rfc 3339, and then we'll remove this debug print here. Return format.errorf can't fetch manifest error. defer resp.body.close if resp.status code big equals http.status. Okay. Can't fetch manifest. Server said that. Return nil. And then we're going to want to if var manifest download dot manifest if error colon equals json dot new decoder resp dot body dot decode and manifest error not equals nil. Return format.errorf can't decode manifest JSON. And then that's going to be a JSON error. And then now that we know that we have a valid manifest, what we can go is call the fetch call on each of these fucking things. We pass the key here, and then we do w.bucketName, we do w.d.fetch, and then we do key. I have to extract the image name, right? Let's just do make it an exposed variable. It's hacky, but this entire thing is hacky. Download.manifest regex. Yeah, that sounds reasonable. Well, I don't know. Let's see if this works. Let's like heckin'. Oh, I do actually have to buffer it. Yeah, I have to buffer it and then put the bytes back into S3, right? I can't do it the fun way. I have to do it the dumb way. No, actually, we can cheat. Because it only matters if, like... Yeah, then we just put it into S3. And then we do and w.bucketName key, or and key, really. And then we'll do manifest, or manifest.mediatype. Otherwise, put it into a queue to just have it try over and over again until it works. Oh, wait, no. I can actually cheat even more because, like, I don't need to re-implement this logic because I already did. Oh my gosh, I'm an idiot. I'm a baka. Okay, let's just... And then star object dot key. And then we're just gonna do star... let's just hard code this media type so that it's more likely to be correct. It's gonna be replaced anyway, but... Yeah, this'll work. I think. Well, I don't know. Let's find out. Okay, I just created this today, so I'm not going to be able to easily... Yeah, I just created this today, so I'm not going to be able to easily, like... Actually, wait, does it need to have this proxy logic here? Let's comment this real quick. Okay, does the Ollama client like that? It does. Awesome. Okay. Let's see what Ollama 2. Yeah, okay, this is going good. Okay, yeah, we have this working. I am satisfied with this. I am satisfied with this, and I am happy. I mean, like, potentially ways I could make this better is making the queuing a lot more robust. Like, if this thing crashes or something while it's happening, then it's not going to... Then, like, realistically, it's not going to succeed. Like, it's going to fail uploading things, and that's probably fine. Like, if this was on a more beefy connection, like, this would be less of an issue because it would likely just instantly push things. Okay. Yeah. We serve from Tigris, we send a redirect, and we exit. Oh, it was stuck there? Okay, so to test this, what we're going to do is we're going to change this to t colon equals time dot now, and then t equals t, and then we're going to do t dot add negative 1 times 5 times, or -5 times time dot minute, right? And then it's just finding the old manifests and reprocessing them, and it doesn't have to do anything in this case. So there we go. We have made cache invalidation. Now the main problem here is that there's like no garbage collection here, so theoretically there'll be like infinite amounts of old things. I guess I could write something to like do garbage collection, but I don't know if that's essential right now. Okay, let's delete the old code. I'm happy with this. Delete foo.txt, and then there is almost none of the original code left in this thing. like just absolutely nothing. I just rewrote goddamn everything in order to make my use case work. So let's go to the README and we'll call it the Ollama registry is somewhat a Docker registry, but also not. Hence, it's just enough of a Docker registry that you can put models that it's just compatible enough that you can use it as storage for Ollama with the Docker registry that you can use one as storage for Ollama models, but incompatible with pull-through caching. This project offers a simple pull-through cache that you can deploy to your networks to speed up pulling models. As a side effect, this also makes your models resistant to left pad style attacks where the models you rely on are no longer available. This stores models in Tigris. But can theoretically be extended to support any S3 compatible object storage. I guess I should fix the Docker file. Okay, let's do from go. from Golang 1.23 Alpine workdir / app copy e dot dot run go build dash o / app / bin yukari dot as build, and then from this doesn't need any Cgo dependencies. Let's just check what version of Alpine it's based on. Let's just do 1.23 Alpine 3.20. Let's just be explicit. From Alpine 3.20, and then we're going to copy from build / app bin yukari / app bin yukari and let's double check, and we don't need the cache directory anymore. We don't need the download worker number anymore. We don't need the manifest lifetime anymore. Actually, we do need the manifest lifetime. We'll pass it the manifest lifetime here. We'll go down to internal invalidator, and we'll thread through the manifest lifetime here. And then we're going to, it's going to be -1 times manifest lifetime, right? Yeah. Then we copy this. These are defaults in the flags anyway, but I figure it's better to just like copy them over so it's more explicit. Okay, and then docker build -t yukari dot. Failed to fetch metadata. Fork exec docker build x. Okay, that's not ideal, but I guess there's nothing I can do about that, so. There, I think that really does do it. I guess all that's left is to deploy it, eh? Let's deploy this sucker. Actually, you know what? We can configure GitHub Actions for this. I'm gonna move this over to another organization later, but for now, let's just... Oh, let's tempt fate. Let's change stream. Let's select StreamFox. Let me just resize this window to fit the StreamFox window. And then, yeah. So what we can do, we might have to actually like refork and make it a separate GitHub repo. Oh yeah, we need to finish the README. Finish modifying the README. I'm not going to support running it via on local machine. Deploying. Deploy this to your Kubernetes cluster by following to-do directions. Use the cache. Just prepend. This proxy will forward all uncached requests to the upstream Ollama registry. When it sees you fetching a manifest, it'll scrape that manifest for the component images, the component layers, and start caching them in Tigris. All subsequent fetches will be from Tigris instead of the Ollama registry. Every 240 hours, 10 days. Every half an hour, the Yukari will check if any manifests it has cached are more than 240 hours, 10 days old. If it finds any, it schedules reprocessing of those manifests. Any new blobs, model versions will automatically be put into Tigris, making things faster. Configuration options via environment variables. Okay, so then... And then we rewrite this table. And then we drag this over here, flatten that. The TCP host and port to bind on with serving HTTP colon 9200. Invalidator period. How often the cache invalidator logic runs. 30M, 30 minutes. Manifest lifetime. How long a manifest can live before it is considered invalid. (240H) 240 hours or 10 days. Oh, hi, Pious Bird. And then we're going to say the log level for slog. I'm going to link to slog's documentation. Tigris bucket. Upstream registry. The upstream Ollama registry you are mirroring. And then we'll have this be the default of registry.ollama.ai. And then we find all this. License, MIT, yeah. related information. Yukari is a fork of, and then find this person's thing and credit him. But there has been an almost complete rewrite during the process of making it use Tigris as a storage backend. License MIT. Yeah, that's fine. Darn. Support Tigris as the storage backend. Okay. Okay, so the thing that I'm kind of confused about, the thing I might need to change here is, yeah, I might actually need to, like, delete this off of GitHub and then make a new repository for it. Yeah, so delete this repository. I'll show you what I'm doing in my browser. Unexpected bad things will happen if you don't read this. Yeah, I know. Oh, and we have to punch in my soul code. And then we go to use your passkey. Use the passkey. Verify. Perfect. And then we go to new repository. And we go to zserv Yukari a pull through cache for Ollama models backed by Tigris. We'll make this a public repo and we'll hit create repository. And then over here, we paste git push-u origin main. That's good. And then we have all this, and now we set up GitHub Actions. Oh, there are GitHub Actions. Oh, okay, that's going to fail, so let's make it succeed. Let's read how this action works. Because I remember there's a permission thing for this. Okay, how did this fail? It failed at the Docker publish. Cannot perform an interactive login from a non-TTY device. Yeah, that failed because there's no token there. Yeah, that's what I expected. So it's like, oh my gosh, go away. No, there's a way to do the permissions inline. I swear there's a way to do the permissions inline. Yeah, yeah, that's the thing. Okay, so Now what we do is we go over here, we do Ubuntu latest, and then we have permissions, package, contents read, packages write, yeah. And then we want checkout v3, I think it's at v4 or something, but either way. Okay, so then we paste. You know it's real stuff when you're pasting YAML from somebody's random random hacking blog. Okay, and then we're going to put environment variables here, and it's going to be z serve Yukari. And then we log into the Docker registry, we extract metadata, and then we push. Yeah. So then we push. Now, I don't know if that worked. Let's find out. Publish Docker image better? So now we're in the real part of it. We're doing a Docker build. Okay, there's a lot of output, which is a good sign, because if it was going to fail, then it would have less output. Pro tip: if you get a lot of console spam and none of it is read, then you are in a good place. That is official programming advice. Oh, it worked? Oh, cool. I didn't expect that to work, but we got it working, I guess. Cool. So let's go to package settings. And then let's say change visibility, public. Setting is disabled by organization administrators. What does that mean? I'm an organization administrator. Let's fix it. Member, no. Packages? Yeah. Oh, we can create. Okay, so then allow the creation of public packages. Okay, we'll see if that fixed it. And then we do change visibility. We make public Yukari. Yeah. Well, I think that worked. Okay, then let's try pulling it as an unprivileged user. Docker pull ghcr.io zserve Yukari. Oh, hey, cool. It fucking worked. Let's just do some Docker image pruning. And now we do the fun stuff. We start writing the Kubernetes manifest that people are going to use. So I don't know how to make a generic Kubernetes manifest, but let's just start with making a specific one. I'm just gonna make a customized manifest based on what works in my home lab. We're gonna have to tell people to like draw the rest of the cow here. Draw the rest of the cow? Draw the rest of the owl. Oh my goodness. That is not what I meant to say. No, not that. Not that. That's complicated. That's complicated. X. Complicated. Complicated. Also complicated. Simple. Okay, so the customization is going to include 3 resources: a deployment, a service, and an ingress. Oh, I need to add something about like adding a tigress key into the README, but that's neither here nor there. Deployment.yaml, copy, paste, and then we're going to change this from Joe House to Yukari. 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 Yukari, and then we're going to limit this to 2 CPU cores and 768 megs of memory, and then 500 megs of memory requested, and then 1 CPU core requested. It shouldn't require more, but it might need more. Oh, I should probably add a health check route. lux.handlefunc./health z func r w http.response writer r star http.request, and then we're going to do format.println w okay. Have it delay for up to 3 seconds. Initially delay 3 seconds, and then check every 3 seconds to see if it's up. That's fine. Okay, that's good. And then all the instances of Johaus are changed to Yukari. That's what we want. And then we're going to do new file, ingress.yaml. Yeah, and then we're going to do that. And Yukari, and we're going to call it, I don't know, Yukari dot cserve.us. Then we're going to go to Yukari on the Yukari service on the HTTP port, and then we're going to new file, service.yaml, copy, paste. We're going to target port 9200. And that should do it. So what this is doing is, this is a standard Kubernetes deployment. So we have, or standard Kubernetes workload. So we have one replica of the Yukari pod, and the Yukari pod just runs this Docker image. We have a limit of 2 CPU cores and 768 megs of memory, but request 1 CPU core and 500 megs of memory. Probably should have more, but realistically this is IO bound and not like CPU bound, so it doesn't matter. We add some default security context stuff to make it a bit more resilient. we set a liveness probe so that Kubernetes will do health checks to the health Z route every 3 seconds. And then there's an ingress, which is for doing HTTP and HTTPS termination. And this one is named Yukari with the labels app.kubernetes.io/name Yukari. It has a cert manager cluster issuer annotation to tell it to use the Let's Encrypt prod issuer. This can and will vary between deployments. I probably need to make this a Helm chart later, but I'm bad at this. And then the ingress is an Nginx ingress, also needs to be configurable. The host, that needs to be configurable. The secret name to put the certificate, that needs to be configurable. The HTTPS host is replicated here, same variable. And then the HTTP path, and then HTTP routing has for path / it has the backend pointing to the service named Yukari on the port HTTP. And this service right here is a Kubernetes service named Yukari with the labels of Yukari with the label Yukari that selects every pod with the app.kubernetes.io/name Yukari. And it has port 80 on the service, point to port 9200 in the pods with the name HTTP, so that points to this, and that means that everything gets wired up and works. And it's a cluster IP service, which means that it is exposed to the Kubernetes cluster as a virtual IP address. I'm pretty sure this matters. I don't remember for certain, but I think it's best to have this be a cluster IP. I don't know. I'm not a Kubernetesologist. I play one on TV. So, I don't know. Let's see if it works. Let's go into canines, and then we do context. And we go to the... Oh, right. We need to env from... how do you env from in Kubernetes? Oh, I wrote a documentation page on this. Right, I can reference my own documentation. That sounds like a good idea. Getting started. Quick starts, right? Kubernetes quick start. Yeah, and from, and then it's secret ref, and then name. Okay. Yukari Tigris creds. And in this case, we're going to make a 1password.yaml file. And off camera, I am creating a access key for Yukari. I give it editor permissions, and then I right click and go to 1password, open 1password. I open 1password. Of course, now when I want 1password to show up, it's just gone. Let's restart it, see if that fixes it. Is it on one of my other monitors? No. Oh, okay. 1password is trying to unlock. Okay, good. Now, if I open 1password normally, It's not showing as opening. Did 1Password just break on me? Oh, fucking Christ. Okay, we'll do this the caveman way. Okay, I'm going to show you StreamFox here. What did I call it? Yukari Tigress creds. In this case, I actually need to, copy some externally generated secrets into it, and I don't want to show them on stream because I don't want to recreate them. Okay, they have been created correctly. That's good. Okay. Now I can show this on... I can show the K9's UI. We don't need the 1Password.yaml anymore because we just sidestepped doing it the right way, and we're doing it the hacky way to get this shipped. Okay, so now we're going to just show the default namespace, and okay, so I need to push this so that it rebuilds Yukari because I just added a health check route. And without the health check route being part of the image, Kubernetes will spin loop and continue restarting the pod over and over and over and over and over, which is almost certainly what we want. Almost certainly not what we want. No, it is not what we want. It is not what we want. Oh my goodness. Words good. Damn. I was about to say I started streaming with the sun out and now the sun is down, but because there's so much snow outside, it doesn't look like the sun is down. Oh, this is going to fail because I don't have CA certificates installed. Heck. Run apk-u add ca-. Let's just add mail cap just in case. Yeah, you see, one of the values of expertise is being able to know where all of the landmines are so that you can expertly dodge around them, and then you can pretend like that was your plan the entire time. Because as everyone knows, when you do something on accident, then it's a mistake. But if you accidentally do it on purpose, then we call that genius. That's That's how this works, and this is not something I'm making up to make me feel better about myself. While this thing builds, I have the opportunity to do something absolutely hilarious, but if I do it, then I might not be able to do something else that I kind of want to do. And the thing that would be absolutely hilarious, by the way, would be having Techaro, my fake satire tech company, sponsor a conference about cryptography. And I think that's funny enough that I think it's worth it. I don't know. I need to ask permission or forgiveness or something. Oh. Customization.yaml. Oh. Okay, so we're creating the container. We successfully pulled the image, and Yukari is running, and Yukari will emit no logs because we disabled logging. Cool. So, now, let's change that logging level thing, and it's gonna be like name slog level and then value info, right? Yeah, it looks right. Okay, good. We have starting server, and hopefully this was enough time for the cert to be issued. It was not. Okay, the order is pending. The challenge is pending. And then we go to namespace, go to cert manager, we go here, we whale. Now is the most annoying time in this whole process. We are waiting for a CLS certificate to be issued. Come on. Oh, it's ready. Okay, so curl https kari.zserve.us/health Oh. Oh. Oh, it's just /healthz. Okay, cool. We have successfully created something. Now, what that thing is, we're gonna find the heck out. Okay, yeah, that failed in the way that I expected it to. Cool. So I'm going to have it fetch a Docker image. Okay, there's actually going to be a fair number of things trying to scrape this. So let's be a bit more defensive and let's actually only proxy the /v2 route and make the rest of it just be ignored by... Yeah, the rest will just return 404 not found. Yeah. so is this actually working? Let's pull this terminal window up here. It's going to be kind of small. Sorry. Let me just make it bigger. Okay, and then put it under VC face, and there we go. Oh, that's probably not the best for visibility. Ollama, Ollama LS, Ollama RM, and then we're gonna go to BGE M3, I guess. Okay, so it's serving that from Tigris. That's what we want. Let's pull a big model. Actually, let's pull Llama 3.2. That might be a good one. Okay, why is this spin locking infinitely? Come on. Why aren't you going? Why are you having an issue that only shows up in prod? Why does this keep happening to me? Why do I only have issues in prod and never in dev? Like, okay, so what could be happening here? Let's go to debug. It's gonna make this angry. Yeah. Bad gateway. You're not alone. Yeah. Okay. Let's see what the logs are saying. So it's saying that it's serving it's serving stuff from the origin. So if I go to library, Llama 3.2 manifest latest. Yeah, that looks correct. Oh. Is my regex wrong? Oh no. My regex is wrong. Oh no. Oh no. I did a regex wrong. Oh god. Oh god. I think I know what I messed up, but oh, it's working. It's pulling the model now. Okay. Does it matter that my regex is broken? Pro tip, regex101.com. You type it, you choose your flavor of regex, you type in your regular expression, and then you put your test cases in. Okay, and then it's going to be like a character class dot, yeah. Maybe? Does this look correct? maybe, I don't know. Let's just paste this regex and pray. Okay, so this regular expression, by the way, it's looking for paths that start with v2 and then grabs. Oh, I guess that you can have dots in there too. So what this is doing is that it's looking for paths that start with /v2, and then it's getting a capture group. And in this capture group is the model name, is the model image name. So it's going to be like library /llama 3.2 or something, right? So yeah, I think that'll extract it properly. But even though I did it wrong, I think it actually worked. Let's see. I'm just loading Llama 3.2 into my GPU real quick. Hello, hi to the chat, and etc. Okay, so even though I did it wrong, it worked, which probably implies that Ollama is doing some really hacky logic because on their end because all the models are public. I guess that makes sense. Huh. Okay. I'm going to fix this anyway because it bothers me. Okay, and then we let that sync. Either way, I'm glad that this works, even though I'm confused that it does at some level, but I don't have to understand why things work anymore. But yeah, I guess that I have been successful in the stream. I have made a pull through cache for the Ollama registry that it's all magic when to get to a high enough level. Yeah, fucking mood, eh? But I have created a pull through cache for the Ollama registry. I have created deployment manifests for it. I need to. Oh, yeah. Deploying. The the DNS host names in manifest ingress.yaml. Any configuration in manifest deployment.yaml env section. I had a D&D character that didn't know he was a necromancer, thought he was a healer. Okay, what would be really cool as a Dungeons and Dragons character concept that I haven't been able to try is a healer that underflows health, where instead of making people heal, he actually uses healing magic to harm them. So that way, like, healing, like, basically, like, applying the opposite of healing magic to suck the life force out of people and, like, murderlate them. I think that would be hilarious. It could lead to some really hilarious things. Like, healing touch just becomes, like, murder touch. That would be great. And then I'm going to just copy stuff. I know a good DM in Norway if you want to get a group. Maybe. And then we'll just Yukari Tigress creds. A Hell Manifest is in the works. There. But I think this is a nice stopping point. I have set out to get everything done that I wanted to. I have created documentation, and I guess on Monday I'm just going to be like writing about this for work or something. I don't know. But it works. It is done, and you cannot see me raising my arms because I don't have arm tracking. But oh my goodness, this was a saga. Thank you for watching this nonsense. Oh my goodness. I do a lot for this stuff. Let's pull through caching. Okay. So hold on, let me find a diagram so I don't have to make one in Paint. Okay, I can't find a good diagram, but I asked because I joined at the end of the stream. Sorry. Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry. A pull-through cache is a... Okay, so there's generally two types of data that you store in a cache. There's dynamic data and there's static data. Now, dynamic data is stuff like things that are automatically generated at runtime, like the results of a SQL query, right? And static data would be stuff that doesn't change, like, I don't know, avatar images on a social network, user uploads on a social network, or machine learning models. Now, for most small things like images on social media networks, you can get away with just having the user wait in order for the image to get put into the cache. A pull-through cache is something a little bit different and a little smarter. What a pull-through cache does is, at the same time it is fetching the data into the local area part of the network, it also sends the data to the user. So it's effectively pulling the data through to the cache and then serving the data out. Most commonly, you end up seeing this used in order to bypass Docker Hub rate limits because Docker has just made their rate limits ridiculously bad. And a pull through cache, and so the reason why you'd want to pull through cache for machine learning models, like with Ollama in particular, is that the Ollama hub right now is a single point of failure, and even though I trust that the Ollama people have their heads on right, I have seen some of their like financials. I know that they're going to be okay for a while, but in a post left pad era, I think it is better to set up the infrastructure to do caching and long-term archival early, so that way it's not as much of an emergency when it does eventually happen. So this project Yukari is partially here to like, frankly, it's partially here to show off like Tigris as object storage and using AI as a really convoluted way to tell people, hey, you can copy files. It's okay. Don't worry about it. It's all good, bro. And the other half is to be able to make it not only more efficient for you to load models than relying on upstream, but also being able to have your models be stored locally so that you have some sort of control over it. Does Tigris have a free tier? I need to double check. I'll double check and get back to you. Yeah. Sage plan. Do you do a bunch of stuff, Ollama stuff normally? Oh yeah, I have a. My biggest thing that uses Ollama right now is a Discord bot that is in my patron Discord that is not the smartest bot in the world. Oh, Mimi. Oh, Mimi. Mimi is... an adorable, adorable, lobotomized idiot. And that runs on Ollama in my home lab. Actually, I can get to the Ollama instance. So I'm gonna go into this tool called K9s. K9s is a tool that lets you view Kubernetes resources. So if I go down into the Ollama namespace, there's one pod. It's named Ollama, and we can see that it's Ollama. Not much going on there. Of Ollama ls Ollama run Hermes 3. Say hi to the chat. I think it might take a second because, oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, like, I also wired up Mimi to be able to draw images. Oh, Mimi actually got a good rendition of Pikachu. Let me just put it on the stream real quick. One sec. Where are you, Firefox? Ah, there you are. Control 0. Copy. Paste. Yeah, like, got Pikachu fighting Godzilla. I'm going to change the way that this logic works at some point to use a better flow that probably gets more aesthetically pleasing images at the cost of being harder to prompt, but I don't know. It's more fun if it's difficult. That's how art is, right? By the way, Foss Unleashed, I did notice the follow. I was in the middle of a monologue, so I didn't say it, but thank you for the follow. Someday this will be Fortnite lore. Oh, God. You're absolutely right, but oh, God. Oh, another thing completely unrelated. When when you mark yourself as having a new role on LinkedIn, you get a lot of people spamming you and trying it. And if your role has something that sounds like you're a decision maker, you get a lot of people spamming you and trying to get you to pay for their consulting services. I have myself marked as the CEO of an imaginary company that I made as satire of the tech industry called Techaro. And I recently announced that I have started a full-time position at Tigers Data. And the spam bots have put 2 and 5 together, and they think I am the CEO of this company. So I just get absolutely unhinged stuff. But yeah, it's great. I hate it. Oh, it is absolutely beautiful at times. But then again, like, you'd expect people to think that posting things like this, our marketing strategy is shit posting. The product is that we pretend to be a tech startup and then post increasingly scathing critiques of the industry as if they are totally normal. And at the same time, we get investors wanting to talk. Absolute madness. Perfect 2024 energy. Yeah, like, or literally this diagram. I posted this diagram. This was originally, like, this was the original version of something I used in a blog post for work. But, like, you'd figure that if you see something like this is satire. You do not take this seriously. This is absolutely a joke. But I have people wanting me to invest in Techaro. This is like, digital transformation is a vital part of your business engagement strategy. Why leave it to chance with someone who might fuck it up on accident? Go with Techaro. We'll fuck it up on purpose. Like, I don't even know. Satire is dead. I have been having a hard time deciding if Techaro is successful at satire or a failure at satire. Release the meme coin already. I'm not going to make a Techaro meme coin. Holy crap. If anything, I'm going to make Techaro hoodies in a merch store or something. Because that would be hilarious. When you feel down, Techaro is there. What? You think we'll do anything about that? We're there. What else do you want? Here at Techaro, instead of an accountability team, we have an accounting team. AI. At Techaro, we have no idea what we're doing and hope that we will just stumble towards success. You may think this is a bad thing for us to admit, but at least we're honest about it. Like, just, when we hit a big deadline, we love to treat our employees to the best thing money can buy. We don't give them a bonus. We give them an unforgettable memory. A pizza party. Can't stop the wind. Can't stop the rain. Can't stop Techaro. Like, I don't get it. I don't get how anyone could see this and think it was real, unless it's just all the trolls that are signal boosting it, which is enough to make the algorithm on LinkedIn think that it's real, or at least real enough, so that makes that hits some kind of threshold in people's, like, B2B targeting algorithms or something. I don't know. I am making stuff up at this point. Yeah, thanks for coming to my TED Talk. I had a client bribe me with pizza before. Oh, God. I've had a client bribe me with sushi. I took the bribe because the sushi was good. But anyway, I've been going for 5.5 hours, and my slot is normally 4 hours. But so I'm probably gonna disconnect and go, like, not think about computers for a bit. But thank you all for watching. I hope that this was amusing. The VOD will get on YouTube or something. I'll get some clips out of this, and I don't know, post it on the TikToks or whatever. This is either my most successful satire project or my biggest failure in satire, and I'm not sure which. 2024, eh?